So good evening and welcome to our council meeting on August the 26th, 2026. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
There we go. Thanks, Chair. Chair Redmond?
Present.
Councillor Craig? Present. Councillor Erb? Present. Councillor Foxton?
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Gowing, Councillor Harris?
Present.
Councillor Hunick? Present. Councillor James?
Present.
Councillor Leggett? Councillor McCabe? Present. Councillor Nowak? Present. Councillor Rodriguez?
Present.
Councillor Salonen? Councillor Shantz?
Present.
Councillor Rubanovich is running a little late. Councillor Wolf?
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg, and the Chinootan peoples. In doing so, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging in collectively today, and also my own individual relationship to the land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen. I am continually grateful to a community who shares their stories and their concerns with me. As well as the chair of the region, I know that I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it is not just myself on an individual level, listening and acting, but that as a government, we are listening and creating action with community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions I am personally, and the region largely, is taking towards truth and reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. I also want to acknowledge a couple of days of significance this month. August 25th is Rohingya Genocide Awareness Day, which honors the memory of the lives lost during the attacks by Myanmar's armed forces on August 25th, 2017. August 31st, 2026 marks the 25th year of International Overdose Awareness Day. It is a day to remember those we've lost to drug overdose and poisoning, and to acknowledge the grief carried by the families, the friends, and the communities left behind. To commemorate International Overdose Awareness Day, an exterior lighting of regional buildings will be in purple on August 31st. Colleagues, are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none, I now would consider a motion to go into close if I have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Erb. I'm going to ask you to use your eavescribe, but we are going into a closed meeting to receive advice subject to client solicitor privilege regarding potential well interference policy, receiving advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege relating to litigation on the Ontario Land Tribunal, and discussions related to identify individuals and labor relations regarding organizational structure. Colleagues, do I have unanimous consent to go into closed?
Yeah.
Thank you. We will reconvene in the Waterloo County room. So I'd like to welcome all the guests in the gallery, and I'm looking to council. We need a motion to reconvene in open session. If I have a move by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor James, do I have unanimous consent to reconvene in open session? Thank you. We are now back in open session. So we begin tonight with a very positive note to our meeting. We come together to honor the recipients of the 2026 Jack Young Civic Award. It is a pleasure to gather with friends, family, and current and former colleagues and members of Regional Council to celebrate two individuals whose dedication and service have made a lasting impact on the region of Waterloo. The Jack Young Civic Award is one of the region of Waterloo's highest civic honors. Named after Jack Young, the region's first chair, it recognizes individuals who exemplify the values that have defined his public service, which were integrity, leadership, civic commitment, and dedication to improving the lives of others. What makes this award especially meaningful is that it honors people whose contributions closely are connected to the region of Waterloo government, the programs, and the services that support our community. Their work may not have always been in the spotlight, but it has been a lasting impact on the region of Waterloo and the residents we serve. One of my favorite parts of being regional chair is the opportunity to recognize people who have made a genuine difference. Tonight we celebrate two individuals whose dedication, professionalism, and commitment to public service have strengthened both our organization and our community. Our first recipient this evening is Terry Plummer. For 15 years, Terry served the region of Waterloo with dedication, professionalism, and a genuine commitment to helping others. During her career in council and administrative services, she supported regional council and committees, helped administer elections, managed the Waterloo Regional Arts Fund, and contributed to countless projects that helped keep the organization running smoothly. Terry became known as someone colleagues could always count on. She stepped in whenever support was needed and embraced new challenges and approached every task with a positive attitude and a strong focus on service. Through her work with the Waterloo Region Arts Fund, she helps support local artists and cultural initiatives that continue to enrich communities across the region. She also volunteered her time to support elections and community initiatives, always going above and beyond what was required. What stands out most about Terry is the way she treated people. Whether working with residents, volunteers, colleagues, or community organizations, she consistently demonstrated kindness, patience, and professionalism. Even in retirement, Terry continues to give back through volunteer work and fundraising efforts. Terry's commitment to service and her positive impact on both the organization and the community make her a truly deserving recipient of the Jack Young Civic Award. So please join me in congratulating Terry, and Terry, if you want to make a few comments, you're welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I'm verklempt. And regional councillors. When I received the email notifying me that I had been awarded the Jack Young Civic Award, I just thought that I'd been included in an email as a courtesy regarding someone I'd known and worked with, or perhaps included inadvertently by mistake. But when I actually began reading the message written by Karen, I immediately burst into tears. So, as we go through our lives, we get jobs, we do our work to the best of our abilities, we try to do a good job, we try to work well with others, and working at the region of Waterloo, we hope we make a small difference in the everyday lives of people in our community. And then, if we're lucky, we retire. And we figure that's it, right? Because we're often just remembered for that last project, that last report we wrote, and the last meeting we were at. Mine was actually on my 65th birthday. I very much appreciated working in the regional clerk's office. I was fortunate to work with a lot of really wonderful people. And Our team was wonderful to work with every day. I enjoyed working with others in many different areas of the region, including Craig Dyer. And I enjoyed the diversity of the work that we did. I really, really did. And I even provided administrative support to the Jack Young Civic Award Committee at one point for a little bit. So, full circle. One of the things I'm most proud of was the work I did with the Region of Waterloo Arts Fund. Art has such a fundamental and diverse role in our community, creating beauty, providing entertainment, and generating conversations. It's all such an important part of what makes this community vibrant and living. And artists are people I have great admiration for. Providing our community with art is a wonderful and a very hard thing, and making a living at it is even harder. I was pleased to be able to work with so many creative people, from artists struggling to submit grant applications, and they did struggle, to the artists who were successful in receiving grants. And I'm very proud of the support I provided to the Region of Waterloo Arts Fund Board. Most of them were volunteers, people who were artists, art administrators, or just strong supporters of the arts and lovers of the arts. So many wonderful people who I admire for the hard work they did to provide artists with the funding resources to bring us all the art in our community. It's an honor to receive this award. And I thank Karen and the other members of the Jack Young Civic Award Committee and Stacey Abbott, who nominated me. And I thank you all for this recognition. Thank you very much.
Can you join me in the middle? Our second recipient this evening is Craig Dyer. For more than 36 years, Craig dedicated his career to municipal government, public service, including 12 years as Region of Waterloo's Commissioner of Corporate Services and our Chief Financial Officer. Throughout his career, Craig earned the respect of colleagues and elected officials alike as a trusted advisor and exceptional leader. He helped guide some of the region's most significant initiatives, including major infrastructure investments, long-term capital planning, and the implementation of the ION Rapid Transit. One of Craig's greatest strengths is his ability to take complex financial information and make it understandable. His advice helped council make informed decisions that balanced immediate needs with long-term interests of residents. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Craig's calm and steady leadership helped guide the organization through a period of significant uncertainty while maintaining a focus on financial sustainability and responsible stewardship. His expertise was respected not only within the Waterloo region, but across Ontario's municipal sector, where he became a trusted voice on financial planning and governance. Even after retirement, Craig continues to contribute his knowledge and experience to the broader municipal community. Craig's integrity, professionalism, and commitment to public service reflect the very qualities that this award was created to celebrate. So, Craig, I'm going to invite you to the podium if you'd like to say a few words.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. So it's a bit strange standing here, I got to say. And I should start off by saying, no, I don't miss the 10-hour budget meetings at all. And I should also say that Terry and I did not have any conversations about what our speeches would be like. The fact that our opening paragraphs are virtually identical is truly a coincidence, because nobody was more surprised than me when I saw the email. I read it 4 or 5 times and concluded that it had gone to the wrong Craig. And I was surprised. And I was thinking afterwards about why was I so surprised? And I was surprised because I think by definition as public servants, we think about the public and we think about service. We don't think about, personal glory or, our share price or our profit margin. We're always thinking about how do we deliver better service? And we're constantly asking ourselves, is this good public policy? I have a little sign in my backyard office that says, is this good public policy? Yes, I'm a nerd, I know that. I was going to get to that later in the speech, but I say all of this because it seems to me we're at a time where public servants are under an immense amount of pressure, both elected officials and staff. The calm, respectful public discourse is hard to find these days, and there's not enough patience and not enough reflection and not enough desire to better understand differing viewpoints. And so it seems even more important to me that opportunities to recognize the great work that gets done in local government every day are so important. And it's with that context in mind that I find myself deeply honored and grateful to have received this recognition. Someone took the time to nominate me. I think I now know who it is. So thank you. And thank you, Chair Redmond and members of the Award Committee and Regional Council for believing that a self-confessed municipal finance nerd is worthy of this level of recognition. Public service is never a one-person effort, and I've been so fortunate throughout my career to have spent time working with such smart, dedicated colleagues who share a commitment to the local government sector. I've learned so much from so many of them, and I'm grateful for the many relationships and friendships I've built along the way, some of which continue strongly to this day. And you know who you are. For the other finance nerds here today, municipal finance happens there's nothing out there like municipal finance, is one of the conclusions I've come to in the last while. It happens, for the most part, quietly behind the scenes, except for budget time, of course. But it plays a huge role in building prosperous and sustainable communities, while at the same time, caring and showing compassion for those who struggle to share in such prosperity in our communities. It's been an honor to have contributed to this kind of work in municipalities across the province and most significantly at the region of Waterloo. And then finally, I thank once again my long-suffering family who are here tonight, back here, for their patience, their understanding and support over the years, especially when I subject them to another municipal finance rant, of which there have been many in the last little while. I feel truly honored today, so thank you very much.
So Craig, if you'll join me at the round table, and I just want to tell you from my perspective, I've been doing this a little while. It's never only about money, but it's always about money. I know there are people at home watching this on YouTube, and they are not going to be able to pan the gallery, but there are so many familiar faces of current and past people who have made this region what they are, what we are. So thank you very much for coming and supporting these two outstanding people. And it doesn't surprise me that Craig and Terry had very similar speeches, because you're both incredibly humble people, and you get the job done, and you make sure that everybody else is looked after. But you have provided amazing leadership, so we thank you very much. Today, we've recognized two remarkable individuals whose contributions made Waterloo Region stronger. Terry Plummer and Craig Dyer have demonstrated an extraordinary commitment to public service and have left a lasting legacy through their work. So on behalf of Regional Council and the residents of Waterloo Region, congratulations and thank you for everything you've done. Now, I'm going to invite all of you to stay if you choose to, but we will not think poorly of you if you decide that you want to carry on and do other things over the evening. Thank you all for coming. Terry's offering to run the cameras, one of her old tasks. So colleagues, as the gallery becomes a little bit thinner and people are leaving, I'm just going to draw your attention to a petition that was received earlier this week, the Bloomingdale Traffic Calming petition, and we received that for information. I'd now like to welcome our delegations. We will hear them as they're listed on the agenda, and I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you are attending in person, please proceed to the podium when you're called upon to speak. The podium has the ability to be lowered and raised using buttons on the right. If you're attending virtually, please turn on your microphone and camera when you are called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you registered before the deadline, and 3 if you registered afterwards. When the light on the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, that means your time is up, and you may hear me give you a reminder of your remaining time. Additionally, some general reminders: if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning on your camera at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas shared with us from our community members. And a quick reminder to members of the audience: you are asked to maintain order. Our first delegation is Alan Carpenter, North Dumfries. Alan, I believe you're here in person. Welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
And our safety issues before us on the road. Let me just read from my notes. And let me pick it up. So we're here before the region for that purpose. And we're talking about Regional Road 49 from Scott Street to Sprague's Road. Just a 5K road. And it takes about, at 80K, which is the speed limit, it takes only 4 minutes and 32 seconds. But if you drop it down to 60, at 60, it's 4:32. So it's just a difference of 1 minute if we can get the speed down by 20K. So we'll brief council here on the area resident concerns related to road safety within the settlement area of Wrigley and along the broader Wrigley Road corridor. So we request that the region undertake speed reduction to 60K. within the settlement area. I live in the settlement area, and many of our residents also. Also, a speed review this summer. They did a speed review, and I mention it later, but they did it in the wintertime, so you can understand that the speeds are much, much different in the summer. So we would look for a review of speeds before the summer's finished. And Wrigley, as I mentioned, is 5K in length under the jurisdiction of the region of Waterloo, including authority over speed limits, road design, driveway permits, and road maintenance. The road bisects our settlement area of Wrigley, where rural residential properties front directly onto the corridor and where there are no sidewalks, cycling facilities, or streetlights. Residents on the north side would have to cross the road carefully to retrieve their mail. The current posted speed limit is 80, but I would mention, viewing westbound, there is no speed limit at all. There's no sign. So 80 through the settlement area and along the corridor between Scott Street and Sprague's Road. Residents have raised concerns over the past 2 years regarding vehicle speeds and broader road safety conditions. Speed monitoring undertaken by the Township of North Dumfries during the winter months saw approximately a high percentile at 78 kilometers an hour. A maximum recorded was 103, and approximately 10% of vehicles above the posted 80 threshold within the settlement area. Comparable regional roads throughout other rural settlement areas in North Dumfries are posted at lower speeds, including Roseville, Clyde, Branston, and Browns, which vary from 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. Only the Wrigley settlement area has a posted speed of 80, despite similar built roads characteristics when contrasted against other rural communities. The residents along Wrigley Road, which is supported by an adopted resolution of North Dumfries Council, is requesting a broader road safety study, not simply a posted speed limit review, to consider pedestrian and cycle safety, driveway movements, centerline passing, farm equipment, traffic volumes, car truck splits, collision history, topography, and corridor land uses. Recommended, we ask of Regional Council that you direct staff to complete a speed review and comprehensive road safety assessment for Wrigley Road, extending from Scott in the west to Sprague's at the east end. Particular attention to our settlement area and the transition from approaching the settlement. This is a road safety request, not simply a speed limit request. The residents along Wrigley, which has been endorsed through an adopted resolution of North Dumfries Township Council, is seeking a comprehensive analysis of the corridor because speed, traffic mix, roadside conditions, settlement form, and vulnerable road users must be considered together. Wrigley functions differently within the settlement area than it does in the open rural corridor. Rural residents front directly onto the road. The residents must interact with traffic from driveways along the roadside with sidewalks, cycling facilities, or no cycling facilities and no street lighting. The current 80 posted should be reviewed in context. Although the 85 percentile speed was measured during the winter months at about 78 an hour, the settlement context in comparison with other rural settlement areas suggests that a review is warranted. Examples, and I mentioned them, Roseville Road, Clyde, Branston, etc.
Alan, you're out of time if you want to sum up, please.
Okay, that's too bad. I will. So looking ahead, we've got a 290 housing development coming in across from the Air Fire Hall. And we got 2 new gravel pits, and that's going to add a lot more traffic to Wrigley. My closing message, if I can read that, and I'll be done. The area residents along the Wrigley Road corridor recognize that Wrigley Road is a regional facility and that any changes must be informed by regional analysis. The request before Regional Council is to undertake that analysis so that future decision on speed, design, and road safety improvements are evidence-based, corridor-wide, and responsive to the settlement context and road approaches. There was a Waterloo Regional Police Service study last year, and it had a lot of what we're asking for tonight to make roads safe. Thank you to the Regent for having us tonight, Mayor Foxton, and Andrew McNeely, Alita Wilma for getting us here tonight, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Alan, we do have some questions, so don't run away. Councillor Foxton.
I was going to make a comment after the next delegate, please. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I don't have questions for the delegate, but I also have some comments and question for staff.
So thank you, Alan. You can take your seat.
Thank you.
So Councillors Shantz and Foxton, do you want to hear the next delegation before you pose your comments and questions?
I would like to. It's one of my councillors, Alita Wilms. Thank you.
So the next delegation is Alita Wilms, Councillor for Ward 3 in North Dumfries. You're joining us virtually, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Redmond, members of council, and staff. My name is Alita Wilms, and I'm a ward councillor in North Dumfries. And thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you about a safety matter that's important to our shared community. Wrigley Road is a regional road that connects the village of Ayr, Cambridge, and Paris. It's a very busy rural road with a lot of commuters and trucks. But Wrigley Road is also home. It passes directly through wetlands, active farms, local businesses, and the residential Wrigley rural settlement area, where the neighbors before you tonight live. Currently, Wrigley Road is an 80-kilometer zone. It has limited shoulders, no lighting, and is very straight and flat. It's the only road in North Dumfries that permits a speed of 80 kilometers an hour through a designated residential settlement zone. That's fast. Residents in the settlement need to access their mailboxes, mow their lawns, walk their dogs, shovel their driveway, all within a couple of feet of high-speed, heavy traffic. Residents of Wrigley have been concerned about the increase of traffic for some time. This past winter, a young resident was severely injured when she was hit by a car. In April, residents appealed directly to North Dumfries Council for help. In turn, Council unanimously passed a motion to bring this urgent matter directly before the region. So we asked for two things: an immediate reduction of the speed through the residential settlement area to 60 kilometers an hour. So that's first. And second, a traffic safety study for all of Wrigley Road to evaluate engineering and traffic calming measures that could help slow drivers down. We recognize that there are many rural regional roads that share similar characteristics. They're straight, they're flat, and they're busy. However, the concentration of residential homes and daily pedestrian activity along this specific stretch creates an issue that requires regional intervention. Our residents are simply asking to feel safe outside their own homes. Please support our request to bring moderation, lower speeds, and improve safety to Wrigley Road. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Alita. Councillor Foxton, is this a question or comment to the delegation or to staff?
This is to staff and council.
Okay. Councillor Shantz, are your questions to the delegation or to staff? Okay. Thanks, Alita. You may want to hang on because we are now going to talk to staff. So Councillor Foxton, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you have to realize North Dumfries and Ayr is an interesting community in that we are a major arterial road to the 401. Dumfries Road runs into Wrigley's Road, and it is the major arterial road off the 401 going towards the 403. So these residents are dealing with major commuter traffic. On top of that, you got a letter today, an email, I believe, from an individual that lives on Wrigley's Road talking about they don't want the speed limit dropped. They said it's a clear road, they can just fly on down, and it's great, and that's the whole point. if you look at some of the pictures that were up, you'll notice it's very tree-lined. So you can't really see the houses. So this woman was that was injured. She was out jogging on a winter's morning. She got hit and thrown into the air into a snowbank. No, not even a snowbank, snow in the field. One of the regional snow plows saw this gray sweater. And at first they weren't going to do anything, and then they thought, it doesn't look right. So they stopped the plow and went into that field and found her body. He wasn't even sure she was alive. That's only one of several cases. There's been fatalities on this road, quite a few. Now you have to figure that you're rural, some of them are seniors, you have to cross Wrigley Road to get to your mailbox. They're on the opposite side. And you're competing with, now we are getting, as Alan said, we're getting 2 new subdivisions. One, there's a potential of 2 gravel pits on either side of the road and a subdivision. So that traffic is going to be heading towards the 401 up Wrigley Road. They're going to be going either to Hamilton, so they'll get on to Sprague's Road, or they'll be going to the 401 to get to wherever they're going, the destination. So we're increasing the amount of traffic there. We're putting these people in risk. The only option you can say to them is, only get in your cars when you're going to go get your mail, only get in your cars if you're going to go anywhere. There's no walking to your neighbor. There's no, because otherwise you're putting your life at risk. And I think this is a true situation of many of the township roads. What they want is, and what we've done as a council, every hamlet, every little set of communities, settlement areas, we have lowered the speed so that we can try and at least control that, and even have police come out there and charge people. And that's what right now they're asking is, one, to have the speed lowered in the hamlet area. It's about 15 houses, 20 houses?
Maybe 30.
Maybe 30 houses in this one area, and then do a traffic study. And I think you're probably going to hear from my colleague along the same lines because of the Bloomingdale one is one that came to us. So if we could do just these few small things, and if you save one life, you've done a tremendous thing. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and thank you to the delegates and to the folks in Bloomingdale for sending this in. And it's a reminder for me that sometime in this term of council, we asked for a rural strategy for our towns because all the rural roads are connecting roads, and the speeds, it doesn't matter what's posted, people drive too fast through them. I'm not sure if I shared with you a video of from Winterburn that was shared with me, and it showed some kids out playing, and while they were out playing, someone hit a garbage can and dragged it, and the sound was just horrifying. It's a problem for all our regional roads coming into towns and our hamlets and our villages. And so I guess my question is, what happened to that study or that strategy? I was expecting it before now.
Commissioner Getzky.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for drawing our attention again. As you know, during this mandate, in a couple of years ago, the focus was very much on automated speed enforcement as a tool that enables to control speeds everywhere across the entire regional network. That program was accelerated and then canceled by the province, so we had to pivot. Since the late spring of this year, we initiated a township traffic calming program in partnership with area municipalities. We identified alongside, and Bloomingdale and Wrigley are part of it. There's 47 sites in total. We understand that as more and more houses get built in the townships, the settlements expand, and that is becoming a more frequent problem. You're talking about Winterburn. There's many other communities that have similar problems or friction between the houses that are being built and the heavier traffic that may go through. So we have 47 sites that are being investigated right now. So the first part that went through the summer was about data collection. They will continue that, and we will bring back that to council. I think the expected timeline is mid next year to provide examples of countermeasures, so measures that can be implemented to be able to reduce speeds effectively and sustainably in these different sites, with all their specific, their specific characteristics of each hamlet. But also, we want to have some consistent solutions across the region throughout the townships.
Councillor Shones?
Not happy.
Councillor Foxton?
Thank you. My colleagues, I'm asking you to please watch this and make sure that something's done. And we're trying to, it's not that we want fancy things, we just want to save lives. So if you could please, on our behalf, keep your eyes on this for us. Thank you.
So Commissioner Getsky, I understand you need the data and that you're trying to do this in a holistic way. Can you maybe get back to council and see if there's a way we could expedite that? That could come back to council in a more time-efficient manner?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I see no more questions in this section. The next delegation is Dr. Terry Polivoy from Waterloo, who is joining us virtually. Terry, you have 5 minutes and you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, okay. I haven't spoken to the council for many years. The last time I was there was maybe 10 years ago, talking about tobacco issues. But this is basically, I'm a retired physician and been retired for about 10 years now. And I've been noticing thermography promotions, which is using a camera to claim to screen for breast cancer, which is totally untrue. I have no commercial interest in what I'm about to describe, and I'm not asking the council to take a position on any of the businesses, which I'm not going to mention. What's being sold here? In this region, women can pay hundreds of dollars for an infrared breast scan that's advertised as a way to assess their risks of developing breast cancer. Some of this marketing promises an early warning years before other methods. Some of it grades a woman's result on a risk scale and then offers her treatment to move her score down. This is not new. It's been going on for over 2 decades in our region. Health Canada years ago has addressed this only twice, and both notices are basically hidden away on their website. In November 2012, the Health Canada advised Canadians and healthcare practitioners that no thermography machines have ever been approved to screen for breast cancer anywhere in Canada, and that they may present a potential risk for women who rely on these results. In 2017, September, it went even further. These devices are licensed only to measure skin temperature, like a simple thermometer. There's absolutely no evidence that the cameras could detect breast cancer early. And if a woman relies on thermography alone, cancer could go undetected. I also said that I would follow up with manufacturers because advertising or selling these devices for breast cancer screening is prohibited in Canada, and yet they're all over the place. 9 years have passed since I first contacted Health Canada, and no outcomes of that follow-up has ever been published on their website. Both Health Canada notices now carry an archive banner, so you're not going to be able to find it very easily on Health Canada website if you look for thermography. That happens automatically with notices from Health Canada after 4 years. The federal warning a woman finds today is marked as not updated, while the websites across Canada, especially in this region, are selling the scan continuously, and they're updated regularly. My concern is not the camera itself, because a camera doesn't harm anybody. A woman who's told her scan is normal may feel reassured. If that reassurance leads her to delay or skip mammography, the delay is the harm, not the picture. I want to be clear that this is not only my view. I wrote the Region of Waterloo Public Health Associated Medical Officer of Health recently and described my concerns accurately, that breast thermography may provide false reassurance and could discourage some individuals from participating in evidence-based breast cancer screening. The Associate Medical Officer of Health told me correctly that medical devices, advertising claims, and regulated health professionals all fall outside the mandates of the local public health unit. I accept that. I'm not here to ask council to overturn it, but I would ask council to notice the pattern. Health Canada have moved my complaint between its own branches. Cancer Care Ontario said publicly 20 years ago that Health Canada regulates the promotion of treatments, not of screening tests, and called this a case of buyer beware. This month, even state medical boards in the United States, like in Texas, told me that they don't even track these devices.
Terry,
They don't even have,
Terry, you're out of time. Can you just sum up, please?
yes. I would like to make a request that the council issue a public advisory on breast thermography, and it's not going to cost you one nickel. It's not going to cost anything to make that public announcement. And I've included supplemented papers and so forth for your review.
Thank you very much, Terry. I see no questions. Dr. Wong, would you like to give a response?
Thank you. Through you, the chair. So I would recommend that Public Health Act, within its legislated role and establish program responsibilities, we do not regulate medical devices, advertising claims, or health professionals, and we do not deliver the provincial breast cancer screening program. Public Health also does not lead breast cancer screening communications. Provincial screening communications are coordinated through Cancer Care Ontario. And lastly, I would like to thank Dr. Polivoy's thank him for his long-standing service to our community and his commitment to the health and well-being of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, and thank you, Dr. Polivoy, for delegating. The next, I see no further questions. The next delegation is David Marskell, CEO of the museum. David, you're here in person. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and it's good to see everybody. I'll move fairly quickly through the first part of the deck because I assume you all received it and it's on public record. But we have a wonderful and continue to have a great stellar board of directors. Over the last 2 years, we will have turned that over by 60%, and we continue to have great leadership. Next. We follow the mission, vision, and values. Next. And art and technology at play, that was the original motto of the Children's Museum that opened 24 years ago, continues to be our motto for all stages of life. Next. We have a bright future. We've been working with the City of Kitchener. We appreciate your support in terms of the annual grant. We have been meeting the needs of the growing population, and we are getting close to returning to pre-COVID numbers. Thank you. Next. Our fiscal that just ended was extremely successful. Our attendance was up over 20% over the last year, and we had our highest numbers in terms of March break. An individual day had 1,700 people and highest revenues ever in a number of lines. And we've started our fiscal July 1st, and July was our highest attendance since 2012, and August is on target. Next. We have a stellar group of Canadian speakers launching the Leonardo da Vinci 500 Years of Genius exhibition, starting November 22nd with Bob McDonald. And we have an astronaut, and we're bringing back to the community Margaret Atwood. Next. Leonardo da Vinci, I'm sure you all know him. Incredible what he thought, what he did, what he created, from science, from anatomy to the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper. Next. We are in partnership with a number of incredible organizations. Are there any Italians in the room? Karen? We've got a lot of Italian. I've been meeting so many Italian friends across the province. The ambassador will be opening the event on September 23rd, and I messed up, and you have a council meeting, so we will figure out a day right after that, or sometime to get you there to enjoy the show. We're working with so many groups across the Italian community. Next. The Da Vinci Festival, which I think is what we do best, is wonderful. On the right is some of the galleries and rooms that will be explored, and on the left we are Leoizing what we do normally, from school groups to some of our special events. Next. Top right is the anatomy room that you'll see some of the drawings. Much of what he did, he didn't actually make. He created drawings. So on the bottom right, you're seeing some of the things like the bicycle and so on. We have our immersive eye pool room on the left, which we'll talk about Florence and some of the places that he lived. But that just gives you a sense of what people will enjoy. Next. This is the best part of it. From Margaret Atwood to 7 post-secondary institutions, from Villanova all the way to Georgian College, to our universities, to Guelph, Carleton. The speaker series, for the most part on Sunday afternoons, is incredible. And I would urge you all to come to some or all of those. Dorothy, I don't know if you knew this. I certainly didn't know that in Waterloo, in the Hydro Cut, that the Waterloo Cycling Club created the Da Vinci Bridge to make it passable for cyclists and people walking in Waterloo. It's a pretty awesome lineup that we have. Next. The building wrap dropped last week, unfurled last week, as a beacon to downtown Kitchener in the heart of the region. And I think we're winding down. I don't see a clock, but I think I'm on time. Next.
Yeah, about 31 seconds, not minutes.
Oh, minutes. I can go for, yeah. Anyway, it's a wonderful, really on brand for us, what he embodies, and art and technology at play, what we inspire to bring to this community. It's probably the biggest brand that we've ever done, notwithstanding the Rolling Stones, Titanic, and all those things. This is probably the biggest one ever. Next. Maybe you could say this word, Karen, so I don't butcher it.
Grazie, grazie.
There it is. And thank you very, very much. That was all for information.
So David, thank you very much. I have to say I'm very excited about this, and not just because Italian is my family roots, but it feels to me like you're going to be able to go to Italy, and it's a much cheaper way to get there and enjoy the beautiful artifacts and the inspiration from Da Vinci. So thank you very much for coming and presenting this. We actually have one of our colleagues who I think is in Italy as we speak. So I will make sure that he comes too. So thank you for accommodating. I was very sad to see that it was opening on a council night, so.
Yeah, we're accommodating the ambassador who's opening, and I do apologize.
One ambassador or all of us? Jeez, David. I
I'll call him in the morning, see if we can switch it up.
I don't see any questions, but thank you very much again for inspiring the community.
Thank you all very, very much.
Next delegation is Craig Slosh from Waterloo. I believe you're here in person, Craig. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
All right, good evening, Chair and members of Council. My name is Craig Sloss. I'm an actuary and a data scientist living in Waterloo. A significant portion of my work these days relates to policies and practices around responsible use of AI. Core principles of responsible AI include having a clearly defined value-generating purpose, understanding the costs and risks associated with AI, and enabling well-informed decision-making that balances benefits and risks of AI. From my experience with my colleagues, I know that there are people who work with AI diligently and ethically. From my experience as a consumer of technology products, I know that these qualities are rare. I'm speaking today as a resident and not as a representative of my employer or profession, but my perspective is informed by my years of experience thinking critically about these trade-offs. I support the motion requesting a report to inform policy direction on data centers and would like to highlight a few areas that may require additional attention. First, the motion correctly recognizes that data centers vary significantly in size, function, and resource requirements. But I didn't see this explicitly reflected in the concrete proposed content of the report. So data centers have a wide variety of uses, many of which generate significant value for society. Hosting websites and email servers, enabling us to share files with friends and family, and hosting databases to support local business operations. But data centers are also used to flood our social media feeds with AI-generated slop, some of which is fraudulent or plagiaristic. Waste and inefficiency are widespread in the AI industry. We all see this every time we do an internet search and get an AI summary that we never asked for. Every time AI is used without a valid purpose is a waste of data center capacity, waste that threatens our drinking water, our electricity supply, and our ability to grow food locally. The policy question is, how do we ensure that limited resources are used only for data centers whose function aligns with our community's values and priorities, and prevent local resources from enabling waste, deception, and abuse? This means that any future policy direction will need to set different rules based on the purpose and size of the data center. And the report can support this by identifying criteria that policymakers can use to categorize data centers. This should be done in collaboration with the lower tier municipalities who also need to update zoning bylaws to reflect differences in the size and purpose of data centers. Using my own city of Waterloo as an example, our zoning bylaw contains a single definition of data center that makes no distinction based on size or purpose. If we had a zoning bylaw that made no distinction between a single detached dwelling and a 30-story residential tower, I think we'd all agree that would be an absurd situation. But that's the situation we're currently in with data centers. Having a clear definition of different categories of data centers is a critical first step in developing policy that allocates resources in accordance to our community's priorities. This leads into my second recommendation, which is that the report should incorporate public feedback gathered through mechanisms such as Engage WR or public feedback meetings. Since the report will be used to support future policy direction, this direction should be informed by a summary of public perspectives on data centers. This information will be needed so that any policy developed around data centers will prioritize allocating resources to purposes that are consistent with our values. Finally, I'm glad to see that the report is asking for information on the environmental impact of data centers and greenhouse gases in particular. It's important that the report address the impact that data centers have on the greenhouse gas emissions of the grid as a whole, not just the direct impact of data centers. Data centers frequently make use of renewable energy sources, forcing other electricity users to rely on more carbon-intensive sources. We've already seen local impacts of increasing grid carbonization. In April this year, the city of Kitchener reported a 7% increase in its greenhouse gas emissions and attributed it primarily to a 27% increase in the carbon intensity of the electricity grid. What's not clear to me is how much of that increased carbon intensity is due to the presence of data centers already in operation, and this is an impact that needs to be better understood. A full picture of greenhouse gas emissions needs to look at the system-wide impact of adding data centers to the grid. And thank you for taking the time to listen to my feedback today.
Thank you very much, Craig. You finished right on the button, and Councillor Foxton has a question.
Thank you. Very informative. Could you share what you've stated with us?
The notes, you mean?
Yeah, the notes that you just read off, yes.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, you could share it with the clerk and they can share it with us. Thank you so much.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question to staff at the end, or
Okay.
I can hold to the committee report when we get there. Or I can hold for the committee report when we get there.
Well, I see no further questions of the delegation, so I'm going to allow them to retire, and then you can ask your question. Craig, thank you for coming in, and it was a very thoughtful presentation, so thank you for providing us food for thought.
Thank you.
Matt, do you want to, or Councillor Rodriguez?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Just, I guess, a question to staff. I think there's a lot of good discussion at committee day about nuance and being specific about the different types of things that we're talking about when we say the word data centers. And just wondering if, to the sort of suggestion of getting an understanding of the different scales of operations and maybe a bit of a local context. And do you see that being part of the work that will happen? Obviously, I'm sure it would be quite an exercise, but will there be a bit of an understanding of these different contexts and what it can mean in our community?
Yeah, through you, Chair Redmond. Yes, this is the report that's underway, under development is a summary piece. I think this is, there's been some excellent suggestions made here regarding, addressing or trying to understand the current standards for categorizing data centers, for example. I would say this is really the beginning of a conversation with future council. I would suggest it will probably trigger more questions than it will answer. And then following the presentation of this, which will be an information report, council can provide direction. The future council can provide direction on how we want to engage further through public consultation and towards policy agenda.
That's a great update. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no further questions. That is the end of our delegations. Colleagues, we're going to move on to the minutes of previous meetings. I need a mover and a seconder to move minutes. They're listed under item 9.1 to 9.17. Moved by Councillor Shantz, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item are communications. You have received an information package electronically, as well as correspondence from Jessica Deneen. Those are received for information. Next agenda item, 11.1, is finance reports. There are 3 finance reports, and unless there are any requests to remove any of them from consent, I will take them as one motion. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your e-scribe to vote on all 3 reports. Colleagues, that is carried. Next agenda item 11.2.1 is Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committee Summary, May 5th. I need a mover and a seconder for this section. Moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. There are no recommendations from the Library Committee, which was held on June 18th, 2026. The next agenda item, 11.2.3, is Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committee Summary from August the 11th. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Leggett, would you like to move this? Seconded by Councillor Nowak. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Community and Health Services Committee Summary from August 11th, 2026. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor Craig. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor McCabe. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Administration and Finance Committee Summary from August the 11th, 2026. There are two parts to this motion. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Liggett, are you in favor? Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Licensing and Hearing Committee Summary from August the 20th, 2026. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your e-scribe. I always tell you there's just too many animals on this side of the circle. We've got a wolf, we've got a fox. Colleagues, that is carried. I have no other matters. We have no, or there is a notice of motion by Councillor Craig. Councillor Craig, you're moving it?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, and Councillor Wolf's going to second it.
Thank you. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Wolf. Go ahead. Would you like to speak to it?
Well, thank you. Members of council, there's two parts to this that I want to talk about. First of all, there's the obvious things that I've written up in the motion, which talks about the need for impartial leadership in terms of whoever is in the regional chair. I think that's relatively one of the most important things. Also, the possibility when you combine mayors and chairs together of conflicts of interest that may arise, and also the concentration of authority under both chairs and mayor powers into one individual. And I think that is really something that I have a lot of concerns about. I think what's important is that we need to say publicly what we believe as a regional council in terms of the development and the continuation of regional council into the future, what we believe. And I think the motion is basically sending a message to Queen's Park that we find this is an affront to local democracy, that the people of this region can choose their own chair, and they've done that successfully for a number of years, and that we would like to stay on that path. I want to go back just a bit in the history of the region, because I think it's important. When I arrived here in 1991 as a regional council, it was a new breed because it was the first time regional councilors were elected. Before that, they were appointed within their municipal councils and sent to the region. So at that time, here we had 26 regional councilors. Over the years, that was condensed down in 1997 to 22 members, and in 2000 down to 16. But along with that, you had the regional chair became elected, not appointed within the council, and you had, of course, a directly elected regional council. So there's been an evolution of transparency, accountability in a democratic forum. And over those years, there was this evolution, and it was all done upfront publicly. And we, with Queen's Park, agreed to these changes, and we dealt with these changes in a public forum. This particular issue now, in terms of regional chairs and mayors, and whatever the Queen's Park is dealing with, is really a step back. And I think it's something that we should be concerned about, and it's something that we need to, in our own way as a council, state our position on. So I have the motion in front of you. I would like your support on this as we go forward. And I think it's important. And I come back to the words transparency, accountability, and democratic. That's what's happened here over a number of years, and how we've performed, how we've worked, and how we have progressed as a regional community in terms of how we see government. And my concern, of course, is what Queen's Park is considering. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wolf, would you like to speak to this as a seconder?
Yes, I would. I'm happy to second this motion. I too believe that combining strong mayor powers with the authority of the strong regional chair concentrates too much authority and influence in one individual and risks creating an imbalance in regional decision-making. I'm also concerned about fairness to the other municipalities within the region. The chair's role is to represent the interests of the entire region, not a single municipality. Finally, I believe the position of regional chair is a full-time job that requires full-time attention. Being a mayor is also a full-time job. We know from past regional meetings, which have gone very long, that some mayors have had to leave our meeting to attend their city meetings. Given the demands of both offices, it would be difficult for one person to serve effectively in both roles. For these reasons, the position of mayor and regional chair should remain separate, and I urge you to support the motion.
So colleagues, I see no further speakers. We had this as a notice of motion. It has been moved and seconded, so I would ask you to please use e-scribe. Oh, Councillor James?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just have a question for Councillor Craig, recognizing the history that you've outlined for us. If there's any appetite within your motion to potentially put in a request for the province to consider having the elected officials for the next council be part of the process.
Well, I think if I I may, Madam Chair. If there's a middle ground, the middle ground would be the elected officials in the next election would, within this horseshoe, choose the regional chair. That's a middle ground. That's what happened at one point in the late, about 19, in the year 2000. That's how we elected the chair. It was done within the council. So it could be a middle ground, and it may be something we should talk to the province about, if in terms of backing off what they're suggesting.
I think, you know, they're going through their process that they're in now. But and Councillor Craig, I support your motion in terms of I see it potentially being really problematic. I just don't know in terms of where they are in a process right now. If that's something to find some sort of common ground. Because what I worry about is, you know, the impacts. There's three things I think about. I think about the community, and we have a very active and a very vocal community that is very engaged. And if they are not trusting a process or trusting who is in this very influential and important position, there could be, you know, a significant community outcry. I think about the next term of council, the next council that is sitting here, and the trust that needs to be established for the person that's here. And then I think about, you know, our municipal employees. And I think that there's a lot at stake that I think that is very nuanced and layered. So any appetite that could be there for the province to think about the next council being part of this process, I think would be beneficial to this community and to this region. So, you know, Councillor Craig, I support this, I'm going to. I just think if there was any appetite for the province to say, could this council be part of that decision-making process in the end? I think that's some sort of common ground and something that may benefit the community overall in terms of how this region moves forward in terms of its leadership and governance.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. I've spent 12 years assuming that the region is an organization that works to bring the area municipalities together and to work together and to provide services that serve the area municipalities. And I can't support number 2 because the way that reads, the mayors will no longer sit here. It's separating municipal and regional leadership, and it's one and the same. It's not separate. So as long as that's in there, I can't support this motion.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I had the same question about that particular second part of separating municipal and regional leadership. I kind of wanted Doug to provide clarity. Also, I guess the word municipal, because we're all municipalities,
we are,
both tiers.
I think what I was trying to get at, probably not worded very well, is the fact the merging or the marriage in one position of a regional chair and mayor. That's essentially what I was trying to say. And I apologize for the bad wording.
Councillor
Erb. So I guess some negotiations going on maybe between that point if there's any wording changes. I'm going to support this enthusiastically. In the limited amount of campaigning I've done to be reelected, in certain groups you talk to or in certain neighborhoods, transit speed, affordability is an issue, but the number one consistent issue that I'm hearing from people is the appointment of the regional chair, number one, and secondly, that it could be a mayor of one of the municipalities and that it is a concern to the public. They feel their democratic right has been taken away from them. And it's being articulated and voiced by people who I have been talking to. I don't know what the experience of other people have been. And so I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. So, Councillor Craig, are you going to make a change to the motion so that it doesn't take it away from the mayors or the township or the mayors? I thought number 2, my colleagues were saying that number 2 takes away municipal representation.
Well, that's not the intent. You could take 2 right out if you want.
Would you, if you would consider that amendment, I request that amendment.
So, Councillor Craig, you're suggesting that you would just strike the second number 2?
Yeah, just strike it out. It was never the intent.
That's
the
what
way
I thought. That's what I
It was
thought.
written in a hurry on a late evening, okay? I'll just take it out.
Councillor Wolf, does striking that out is fine. Do I have unanimous consent that we strike out number 2 from the motion that's before us? Okay, I see no dissenting votes, so that's great.
Thank you.
Councillor McCabe, or Councillor Foxton, that was the point you wanted to make?
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councillor Craig for bringing this forward because I think it's really important, and I echo what Councillor Erb said about this being an issue that people are raising at the doors. They're very confused about why this is happening. But I just also wanted to draw people's attention to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which is a provincial body to which I was just re-elected to the large urban caucus. Councillor Salonen was re-elected to the small urban rural caucus, and Councillor Gowing is on the regional and single tier caucus. Okay, got that right. And I think you sit there sometimes too as well, Chair, through your position.
I do as chair of Marco.
As Chair Marco. So well represented at AMO, but AMO represents municipalities across the entire province, from very, very tiny ones to Toronto and everything in between. And they have taken a very strong position against Bill 100, which is called the Better Regional Governance Act. And just wanted to underline that we've had lots of dialogue with the province around this point and around the point that Councillor Craig's making, and they are across the board opposed to this direction of the province, and are calling on the province to reverse Bill 100 and to maintain the democratic election of heads of council. So just wanted to reinforce that municipalities represented by their caucus representatives from across every corner of Ontario also are opposed to this direction and Bill 100. Thank you.
So I just want to recap for everybody. So the notice of motion that we got stands. Regional Council, I'm not going to read the whereases. Regional Council oppose any governance model allowing one person to serve simultaneously as a mayor and regional chair. We have struck number 2. So the next bullet would be Regional Council express concern about the concentration of strong mayor and strong chair powers in one individual. And third, the resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local MPPs, area municipalities, and affected regional municipalities. Councillor Hunick, did you want to speak to this? No, but I'm happy to move it. It has been moved and seconded. We've had unanimous consent to take out number 2. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I would ask you to please use e-scribe and vote then. Colleagues, that is carried unanimously. And just in case we all thought we were moving along at a great clip, I actually skipped over one of the committee reports. It is Licensing and Hearings Committee Summary, August 20th, 2026. And this is a motion from that committee that the region of Waterloo continue providing on-call accessible taxis between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as of 2026 pilot project demonstrated an increase in the demand to access overnight accessible transportation services as outlined in a report dated August 20, 2026. Councillor Hunick, would you like to move this? Councillor Craig, would you like to second it? Okay, please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Fox, did you have your hand up?
I did have my hand up. So I just wanted to say that the pilot was a huge success and that going with 2 is a great thing, and I want to commend staff for the work they did on this.
Thank you. Now we can all vote. Colleagues, that is carried. I have no other notices of motions. Is there any unfinished business? Councillor Craig.
Just very quickly, and I don't want to step in on any toes but I'm concerned about the tariff situation. And I know that Mayor Vivanovic has some sort of committee, but I'm thinking at some point, if we could possibly get an update from our economic development community about what's happening and what we might be able to do to help residents in this region in dealing with this process. Now, it could be completely finished in 2 weeks. I know that, and one is hopeful. But on the other hand, I think we have to be prepared and have it in our locker that we have another alternative to look at this situation. That's all I'm suggesting, Madam Chair.
So, Councillor Craig, I have to tell you how much I love working with optimists, that you think this will be done in a couple of weeks. We have, I believe, all of us received an email from Tony Lamontia on behalf of WEDC, and he is calling Best WR together, and I, too, have been corresponding with Tony to see, as things unfold, if we can have a conversation. As you recall, we had one last time that this sort of surface. So we're on it, and we will continue those conversations.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Councillor Vivanovic.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks, Councillor Craig, for bringing this up. I mean, this certainly is a significant issue. I think all of us were glued to our computer screens in the news and then our phones subsequent to or emails subsequent to the news right around midnight on Friday evening. This is an issue of significant concern to many in our community. I think, as we all know, we have depending on the numbers that you look at, anywhere between 17 and 20% of our local economies based on manufacturing. We have a lot related to automotive with the 2 Toyota plants in Cambridge and Woodstock, with many people living locally, a number of tier 1, 2, and 3 part suppliers and others. And so as a result of all of that, we are one of the most trade impacted communities in the country. This is something that obviously our provincial and federal counterparts are aware of. I know I've had some conversations with some ministers and so on in the last couple of days, as recently as this morning, and FCM is also getting significantly engaged in this issue, as they have been since it started a year and a half ago. So I too, like you, Chair, would love to think that this was going to be over in a couple of weeks, but I think this is going to be a challenge. And at the end of the day, I think what's most important is that we stand united with the federal government, with our provincial and territorial premiers, and overall as a country with industry, in sending a clear message. I think there's very few things that have united us as much as this has, and also really focus here at the region particularly, in terms, we're a big purchaser of goods. And so where at all possible, we really need to be making sure that our procurement policies are buying Canadian wherever possible going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other business? Oh, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I guess this is a question for staff. We have someone from finance here. In terms of our procurement, and it may be something you come back to us with, but I'd imagine with some of our big construction, there's a lot of back and forth between the U.S. and Canada. Do we have any sort of idea of regionally what that looks like in terms of a dollar figure?
Thank you, through you, Chair. At this point, we're just doing the analysis, and we will look at it, and we can come back to council with the numbers.
Okay, and I think it's also critical to know what the difference is with the whatever number we're at now as well. Okay, thank you.
Darshpreet's going to weigh in.
Councillor James, through your chair, yes, we're doing a full analysis right now. In fact, for water, wastewater, where we have lots of capital programs, we're moving forward with pre-procurement, issuing purchase orders so that our order is in line without having an impact from potential tariffs. We just had a lengthy discussion today with all the CLT members to explore every procurement that we have underway and anticipate it so that we can take actions if they be required. So we'll come back with some numbers and potentially some approvals from council should they be needed so that we can avoid any premiums that may have to be paid in the coming months.
Okay, thanks, especially as we go into a budget process in a few months. So thank you, Darshpreet.
I'm going to assume that was under questions. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I would now entertain a motion to enact the bylaws first, second, and third readings. If I move by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Nowak, do I have unanimous consent to adopt the bylaws? So that is unanimously agreed to. So this is the motion that makes everybody very, very sad. Moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Rodriguez that we now adjourn. Do I have unanimous consent to adjourn? I'm looking for unanimous consent because a lot of you have already unplugged your computers. Have a great evening.